Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. A gentle rumble of thunder rolled across the sky, heralding the arrival of summer rain. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and ancient forests, the medieval tavern known as the Silver Tankard stood as a beacon of warmth and comfort. Its sturdy wooden doors creaked open, welcoming a rush of villagers and travelers seeking shelter from the impending shower. As the first drops began to fall, pattering softly against the tavern's thatched roof, the interior buzzed with quiet activity. The tavern keeper, a rotund man named Aldrich with a bushy beard and kind eyes, hurried about, lighting candles and stoking the hearth fire to chase away the growing gloom outside. The rain's intensity grew, creating a soothing rhythm that filled the air. Droplets cascaded down the leaded glass windows, forming intricate patterns that caught the flickering candlelight. The sound blended harmoniously with the crackling fire and the low murmur of voices, creating a cocoon of tranquility within the tavern's walls. Near the hearth, a group of village elders settled into well-worn chairs, their joints creaking almost in tune with the wooden floorboards. They pulled out hand-carved pipes, filling the air with the sweet aroma of cherry tobacco. Wisps of smoke curled lazily upward, dancing in the warm glow of the fire. At a corner table, a young couple leaned close, their hands intertwined atop the rough-hewn wood. They spoke in hushed tones, lost in their own world as the rain provided a gentle backdrop to their quiet conversation. The young woman's laughter, soft and melodious, occasionally rose above the ambient sounds, like wind chimes in a summer breeze. Eldrick moved behind the long oak bar, its surface polished smooth by years of use. He began preparing hot drinks for his patrons, the familiar motions as comforting to him as they were to those watching. The rich scent of mulled cider filled the air as he stirred a large pot hanging over a small fire, adding cinnamon sticks and star anise with a practiced hand. A group of farmers, their clothes still bearing the earthy scent of the fields, huddled around a table near the bar. They cradled steaming mugs of cider, the warmth seeping into their calloused hands. Their conversation flowed easily, punctuated by occasional chuckles and nods of agreement as they discussed the season's crops and the blessing of the rain. In a shadowy alcove, a solitary figure sat hunched over a leather-bound book. The traveler's cloak was still damp from the rain, but he seemed oblivious to his surroundings, lost in the world of his story. His fingers traced the lines of text, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he turned each page with reverent care. The tavern's door swung open once more, admitting a gust of cool, damp air and a bedraggled barb. She shook the water from her cloak, droplets catching the light like tiny jewels. Patrons turned to greet her with warm smiles and welcoming gestures. Eldrick appeared at her side, pressing a mug of hot cider into her hands and guiding her to a seat near the fire. As the bard settled it, she pulled out a small harp from beneath her cloak. With nimble fingers, she began to pluck a gentle melody that wove itself into the tapestry of sounds filling the tavern. The soft notes seemed to dance with the raindrops, creating a magical atmosphere that enveloped everyone present. Outside, the rain continued its steady fall, transforming the village streets into shimmering rivers of reflected lamplight. The scent of rain-soaked earth drifted through the tavern's open windows, mingling with the indoor aromas of wood smoke, cider, and freshly baked bread. In the kitchen, visible through a half-open door, Aldrich's wife, Marin, kneaded dough with strong, sure movements. The rhythmic sound of her work added another layer to the tavern's peaceful symphony. The yeasty smell of rising bread promised comfort and sustenance to come. As the afternoon wore on, more villagers trickled in, shaking off the rain and adding their own quiet energy to the gathering. An old craftsman pulled out a set of wood-carving tools and began to shape a small piece of pine, his skilled hands creating delicate curls of wood that fell softly to the floor. Nearby, a group of women huddled together, their knitting needles clicking gently as they worked on a community quilt, their quiet chatter a soothing counterpoint to the bard's music. Children, at first restless from being confined indoors, soon found contentment in the tavern's warm embrace. They gathered around a village elder who began to tell stories in a low, mesmerizing voice. Wide-eyed, the children leaned in close, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of far-off lands and gentle adventures. As dusk approached, the rain showed no signs of letting up. The tavern's windows, now dark with the fading light, reflected the interior's warm glow like mirrors. Eldrick moved about the room, lighting more candles and adding logs to the fire. The flames leapt higher, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls and bathing everything in a golden light. The bard, her fingers now resting from their play, began to recite poetry in a soft, melodic voice. Her words painted pictures of serene forests, babbling brooks, and starlit meadows. The tavern fell into a comfortable silence, broken only by the continuing patter of rain and the occasional crackle from the fire. In the kitchen, Marin emerged with trays of freshly baked bread, its aroma filling the air and causing stomachs to rumble softly in anticipation. She placed baskets on each table, the steam rising from the warm loaves like morning mist over a calm lake. Patrons tore into the bread with murmured appreciation, savoring the simple, yet profound pleasure of good food in good company. As the evening deepened, the tavern settled into a rhythm as peaceful as the rain outside. Conversations ebbed and flowed like gentle waves, punctuated by comfortable silences. The bard returned to her harp, playing slow, dreamlike melodies that seemed to make time itself slow down. Near the bar, two chess players hunched over their board, the soft click of wooden pieces joining the tavern's ambient sounds. Their game progressed unhurriedly, each move considered with calm deliberation. Spectators gathered around, offering quiet commentary and nods of approval at particularly clever strategies. In a cozy nook beneath the stairs, an artist sat cross-legged on the floor, her sketchbook balanced on her knees. With soft strokes of charcoal, she captured the scene before her, the interplay of light and shadow, the relaxed postures of the patrons, the tendrils of smoke rising from pipes and candles. Her hand moved in smooth, unhurried motions across the paper, as if trying to capture not just the images, but the very essence of the peaceful afternoon. As night fully settled in, the rain began to soften, its rhythm becoming even more soothing. Some patrons, lulled by the day's tranquility, began to doze in their chairs. Others engaged in quiet games of cards or dice, the soft thud of wooden cups on tables blending seamlessly with the background noise. Eldrick, seeing the contentment on the faces around him, felt a warm sense of satisfaction settle in his chest. This was why he had become a tavern keeper, not just to provide food and drink, but to create a sanctuary where people could find peace and companionship, especially on days like this. As the candles burned low and the fire settled into glowing embers, there was no rush to leave. The tavern had become more than just a shelter from the rain. It was a haven of tranquility, a place where time seemed to stand still and the worries of the outside world faded away. The rain continued its gentle fall through the night, but inside the silver tankard, all was warm, dry, and peaceful. As patrons eventually began to take their leave, stepping out into the cool, damp air, they carried with them a sense of calm that would linger long after the clouds had cleared and the sun once again shone on Willowbrook. And so, as another day drew to a close, the silver tankard stood silent once more, its rooms filled with the lingering warmth of companionship and the promise of shelter for the next rainy day. The gentle patter of rain on its roof was a lullaby, singing the tavern and the village to sleep, ready to welcome new stories and new moments of peace with the dawn. Story 2. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets, the old tavern known as the Whispering Willow came to life. Its weathered wooden sign creaked gently in the evening breeze, the painted willow branches seeming to sway in an invisible wind. Warm, golden light spilled from the leaded glass windows, beckoning weary travelers and locals alike to step inside and leave their cares at the door. Among the patrons filing in for the evening was Alara, an elderly woman known throughout the village for her captivating stories. Her silver hair was braided loosely down her back, adorned with small, dried wildflowers that released a subtle, sweet scent as she moved. She wore a shawl of soft, faded blue wool that whispered against her skirts as she made her way to her favorite spot by the hearth. The tavern's interior was a haven of warmth and comfort. Thick wooden beams stretched across the ceiling, their rich, dark color speaking of countless years soaking in the smoke from the fireplace. Candles in iron sconces lined the walls, their flames dancing and casting shifting shadows that seemed to come alive with the stories told within these walls. Alara settled into her well-worn chair, its cushions molding to her form as if welcoming an old friend. The chair's position gave her a perfect view of the room, allowing her to watch as patrons drifted in, shaking off the chill of the evening air. The floorboards creaked softly underfoot, each step adding to the tavern's own unique melody. Near the bar, a group of farmers fresh from the fields laughed quietly over tankards of ale, the earthy scent of hops mingling with the lingering aroma of sun-warmed hay that clung to their clothes. In a corner, a pair of merchants pored over ledgers, their quills scratching softly against parchment. The varied sounds blended into a soothing hum of activity, punctuated by the occasional clink of glasses or the pop of a log settling in the fire. As the evening progressed, people began to drift towards Alara's corner. They brought with them chairs and cushions, arranging themselves in a loose semicircle round the storyteller. Children nestled against their parents' sides, eyes wide with anticipation. The tavern keeper, a portly man with kind eyes and flour-dusted hands, emerged from the kitchen bearing a tray of steaming mugs filled with spiced cider. The rich, sweet scent of apples and cinnamon wafted through the air, adding another layer to the tavern's comforting atmosphere. Alara smiled warmly at her audience, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. When she spoke, her voice was soft and melodious, with a hint of a lilting accent that hinted at distant lands and long-forgotten times. Tonight, she began, I'll tell you a tale of the gentle forest spirits and the kind-hearted dragon who befriended them. As Alara's words flowed, the tavern seemed to fade away. The listeners found themselves transported to a lush, verdant forest where sunlight filtered through a canopy of leaves, creating shifting patterns on the moss-covered ground. They could almost feel the cool, damp earth beneath their feet and smell the rich aroma of pine and wild herbs. The storyteller described the forest spirits' tiny, luminous beings that flitted between trees and hovered over streams. Her words painted them as curious and playful, leaving trails of soft light as they danced through the air. The children in the audience gasped softly, imagining the twinkling spirits darting just out of sight. As the tale unfolded, Alara introduced the dragon, not a fearsome beast of legend, but a gentle giant with scales that shimmered like opals in the dappled sunlight. Her description brought to life its soft snorts and the whisper of its wings as it moved carefully through the forest, mindful of the delicate life around it. The story wove on, telling of the unlikely friendship between the dragon and the forest spirits. Alara's voice rose and fell like a gentle tide, describing how the spirits would guide the dragon to hidden glades filled with sweet berries, and how the dragon would use its warm breath to coax stubborn flowers into bloom for its tiny friends. As she spoke, the tavern patrons found themselves relaxing deeper into their seats. The tension of the day seemed to melt away, replaced by the tranquil imagery of the story. Even the most restless children settled, their eyes growing heavy as they snuggled closer to their parents. Alara paused occasionally in her narrative, allowing the soft crackle of the fire and the distant clink of tankards to fill the air. These moments of quiet served to deepen the sense of peace that had settled over the room. Outside, a light rain began to fall, its gentle patter against the windows adding a soothing backdrop to the storyteller's words. The tale continued, describing a year in the life of the forest and its inhabitants. Alara spoke of vibrant spring mornings where dew glistened on unfurling leaves, and lazy summer afternoons when the dragon would splash in cool streams with the spirits. Her words brought to life the rich colors of autumn, with the forest spirits helping to guide falling leaves into beautiful patterns on the ground. Even winter was a time of quiet beauty in her story, with the dragon using its fiery breath to melt intricate patterns in the frost that coated the trees. Throughout the narrative, Elara wove in small details that engaged all the senses. Listeners could almost taste the tartness of wild berries, feel the cool mist of a forest waterfall, and hear the soft rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. These sensory elements served to make the story feel more real, allowing the audience to lose themselves completely in the peaceful world she had created. As the story neared its end, Elara's voice grew softer, matching the quieting of the tavern around her. She described how the dragon, growing old and weary, decided to take one last flight over the forest it had come to love. The forest spirits, sensing their friend's farewell, rose up in a glittering cloud to accompany the dragon on its journey. And so, Elara murmured, her words barely above a whisper. As the sun set on that final day, the dragon soared higher and higher, its opalescent scales reflecting the fading light. The forest spirits swirled around it, their light growing brighter as the sky darkened. Together, they climbed until they reached the stars themselves, becoming new constellations to watch over the forest for all time. As the last words of the story faded, a profound silence fell over the tavern. For a long moment, no one moved, each person lost in the lingering magic of the tale. Slowly, awareness of their surroundings began to return. The fire had burned low, casting a soft, warm glow over the room. Outside, the rain had stopped, leaving behind the fresh, clean scent of petrichor that drifted in through a partially open window. Elara smiled gently at her audience, many of whom were blinking as if waking from a pleasant dream. Parents gathered their sleepy children, murmuring soft thanks to the storyteller as they made their way to their rooms. The remaining patrons stretched languorously, exchanging quiet words of appreciation for the tale and the peaceful evening. As the tavern slowly emptied, Elara remained in her chair by the fire, her eyes reflecting the dying embers. The tavern keeper approached, offering her a final mug of warm cider with a grateful nod. She accepted it with a smile, wrapping her gnarled hands around the warm vessel. In the quiet of the now empty room, with only the soft sounds of the tavern keeper clearing away mugs and straightening chairs, Elara sat contented. Her stories had once again woven their magic, bringing a moment of peace and wonder to all who had listened. As she sipped her cider, she began to ponder what tales she might share on the next enchanted evening at the Whispering Willow. Story 3. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of lavender and gold, a gentle mist began to roll through the cobblestone streets of the quaint village of Maple. The day's bustle gradually quieted, replaced by the soothing whisper of a cool evening breeze. It was at this tranquil moment that a lone figure appeared on the outskirts of town, his silhouette backlit by the fading light. The stranger moved with unhurried grace, his steps light and purposeful. As he drew closer, the villagers could make out the details of his appearance. A tall, slender man with kind eyes and a weathered face that spoke of countless miles traveled. His clothes, though simple, were neat and well cared for, and on his back rested a beautifully crafted lute, its polished wood gleaming softly in the twilight. The minstrel's arrival coincided with the lighting of the street lamps, their warm glow casting a welcoming ambience over the village square. His gaze was drawn to a modest building at the heart of the square, where golden light spilled from leaded glass windows, and the faint sounds of laughter and conversation drifted on the evening air. Above the sturdy oak door hung a hand-painted sign that read, "The Whispering Willow Inn." As the minstrel approached, the door of the inn swung open, releasing a wave of warmth and the enticing aroma of freshly baked bread and hearty stew. The innkeeper, a stout woman with rosy cheeks and a welcoming smile, stood in the doorway, her eyes twinkling with curiosity at the sight of the newcomer. "Welcome, traveler," she called out, her voice as warm as the light from the inn. "You've arrived just in time for supper. Come in and rest your weary feet." The minstrel inclined his head in gratitude and stepped over the threshold. The interior of the Whispering Willow was a haven of comfort and cheer. Wooden beams stretched across the ceiling, festooned with dried herbs and flowers that filled the air with a subtle, soothing fragrance. A large hearth dominated one wall, its flames casting a dance of light and shadow across the room. Patrons occupied various tables and corners, their conversations a gentle murmur that blended harmoniously with the crackling of the fire. In one corner, a group of farmers shared tales of the day's harvest over steaming mugs of spiced cider. Near the hearth, an elderly couple sat in comfortable silence, their hands intertwined as they basked in the fire's warmth. The innkeeper guided the minstrel to a vacant table near the center of the room, close enough to the fire to feel its comforting heat, but positioned so that all could see him easily. As he settled onto the smooth wooden bench, she placed a bowl of savory stew and a chunk of crusty bread before him. "Eat and be welcome," she said kindly, "and perhaps, if you're so inclined, you might favor us with a tune or two once you've had your fill." The minstrel's eyes crinkled with a smile, and he nodded his assent. As he ate, savoring each spoonful of the hearty stew, a sense of anticipation began to build in the room. Word of the wandering musician's presence spread quickly, and soon more villagers began to filter in, drawn by the promise of music and storytelling. As the minstrel finished his meal, he caught the eye of a young girl who had been watching him with undisguised fascination. With a gentle motion, he beckoned her over. She approached shyly, her eyes wide with wonder. "Would you like to help me prepare for the performance?" he asked softly. The girl nodded eagerly, and he showed her how to carefully remove the lute from its protective wrappings. Her small hands moved with surprising gentleness as she assisted him, and when the instrument was finally unveiled, a collective murmur of appreciation rippled through the room. The lute was a thing of beauty, its wood polished to a soft sheen and inlaid with delicate patterns of mother of pearl. As the minstrel cradled it in his arms, it seemed to come alive, as if eager to share its music with the world. With practiced ease, the minstrel began to tune the instrument, his fingers moving deftly across the strings. The soft plucking sounds filled the inn, and conversations gradually died away as all attention focused on the musician. When he was satisfied with the tuning, he looked up and smiled warmly at his audience. "I thank you for your hospitality," he began, his voice melodious and soothing. "In return, I offer you the gift of song. Close your eyes if you wish, and let the music carry you to realms of peace and wonder." With that, he began to play. The first notes were soft and tentative, like the first drops of a gentle rain. Gradually, the melody began to take shape, weaving a tapestry of sound that filled every corner of the room. It spoke of distant lands and ancient forests, of starlit nights and misty mornings. As the music flowed, a profound sense of tranquility settled over the inn. The crackling fire seemed to dim its snapping, as if not wanting to intrude on the beautiful sounds. Outside, the mist pressed closer to the windows, as though it too wanted to listen. The minstrel's fingers danced across the strings with fluid grace, each note perfectly placed and resonating with clarity. His eyes were half closed, lost in the music he created. As the melody swelled and ebbed, so too did the emotions of his listeners. Smiles of contentment played across lips, eyes glistened with unshed tears of joy, and shoulders relaxed as the day's tensions melted away. Time seemed to lose all meaning as the minstrel played on. He seamlessly transitioned from one song to another, each melody more enchanting than the last. He sang of brave knights and gentle maidens, of talking animals and magical forests. His voice, rich and expressive, painted vivid pictures in the minds of his audience. One particularly moving ballad told the story of a lonely mountain stream that longed to see the world. As the minstrel's voice rose and fell with the melody, listeners could almost hear the babbling of water over stones and feel the cool mist on their skin. The song concluded with the stream finally reaching the sea, its journey complete and its waters mingling with the vast ocean in a joyous reunion. As the last notes of this song faded away, a collective sigh of contentment rippled through the room. The minstrel paused, his fingers resting lightly on the strings of his lute. He looked around the room, taking in the peaceful expressions on the faces of his audience. Even the innkeeper had settled into a chair, her usual bustling energy calmed by the music. The young girl who had helped him earlier caught his eye again, and he smiled gently at her. "Would you like to learn a simple tune?" he asked softly. She nodded enthusiastically, and he motioned for her to come closer. With infinite patience, he guided her small hands over the strings, showing her how to pluck out a simple melody. The other patrons watched with fond smiles as the child's face lit up with joy at the sounds she was creating. It was a tender moment, a passing of knowledge from one generation to the next, set against the backdrop of the cozy inn. As the evening wore on, the minstrel's music became softer, more soothing. He played lullabies and gentle ballads, his voice barely above a whisper. The atmosphere in the inn grew drowsy, with some patrons nodding off in their seats, lulled by the combination of good food, warm fire, and beautiful music. Outside, the mist had thickened into a light rain, its soft patter against the windows providing a natural accompaniment to the minstrel's playing. The sound blended perfectly with the music, creating a cocoon of tranquility that enveloped the entire inn. As midnight approached, the minstrel's fingers stilled on the strings of his lute. The final notes hung in the air for a moment before fading into silence. He looked around the room, taking in the peaceful scene before him. Many of the patrons had dozed off, while others sat in quiet contemplation, their eyes half closed and expressions serene. The innkeeper stirred from her seat, moving quietly so as not to disturb the tranquil atmosphere. She approached the minstrel with a grateful smile. "Thank you," she whispered. "You've brought a special kind of magic to our humble inn tonight." The minstrel inclined his head in acknowledgement, a soft smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As he carefully wrapped his lute back in its protective coverings, the inn's patrons began to stir, reluctantly rousing themselves from their musical reverie. As they made their way home through the misty night, the villagers carried with them a sense of peace and contentment. The minstrel's melodies echoed in their minds, a soothing balm that would linger in their dreams and color their thoughts for days to come. And so, as the candles burned low and the fire settled into glowing embers, the Whispering Willow Inn fell into a peaceful slumber. The minstrel, too, found rest, his lute beside him and a contented smile on his face. Tomorrow would bring new travels and new songs, but for now, the magic of the night's music wrapped around the sleeping village like a gentle, comforting blanket. Story 4. In the heart of the bustling medieval town of Elmwood, where cobblestone streets echoed with the daily commotion of market traders and townsfolk, there stood an unassuming tavern known as the Copper Kettle. Its weathered oak door and slightly crooked sign had welcomed weary travelers and locals alike for generations. But behind this modest façade lay a secret that few knew about, a hidden garden that was the pride and joy of the tavern's keeper, Old Tom. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, Old Tom quietly slipped out of the tavern's back door. His eyes, bright despite his advancing years, twinkled with anticipation as he breathed in the crisp morning air. With practiced ease, he navigated the narrow alley that ran alongside the tavern, his footsteps barely making a sound on the worn stones. At the end of the alley stood a high stone wall, covered in a thick blanket of ivy. To the casual observer, it appeared to be nothing more than a boundary between properties. But Old Tom knew better. With a gentle push against a seemingly ordinary section of the wall, a hidden door swung open, revealing the entrance to his secret paradise. As he stepped through the doorway, the sounds of the awakening town faded away, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft trilling of early morning birds. The garden that lay before him was a vibrant tapestry of colors and scents, a stark contrast to the gray stone buildings that surrounded it. Neat gravel paths wound their way through beds of herbs and flowers, each turn revealing a new delight for the senses. Lavender swayed gently in the morning breeze, its soothing scent mingling with the sharp clarity of rosemary and the sweet perfume of roses. A small fountain burbled quietly in the center of the garden, its gentle splashing providing a soothing backdrop to the natural symphony. Old Tom moved slowly along the paths, his gnarled hands gently caressing leaves and petals as he passed. He paused to pluck a few errant weeds, murmuring soft words of encouragement to the plants as he tended to them. To him, each flower and herb was like an old friend, nurtured over years of patient care. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting dappled shadows through the leaves of the old apple tree that stood sentinel in one corner, Old Tom made his way to a small wooden bench. He sat down with a contented sigh, his eyes roaming over his little kingdom. Here, in this tranquil oasis, the worries and cares of running the tavern seemed a world away. The garden was more than just a hobby for Old Tom. It was the source of many of the herbs and flowers that made the Copper Kettle's food and drink so renowned. Patrons often remarked on the unique flavors in his ales or the soothing qualities of his special tea blends, little knowing that the secret ingredients came from this very spot. As Old Tom sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft meow caught his attention. Smoky, the tavern's resident cat, had found her way into the garden and was now winding herself around the old man's ankles. With a chuckle, Tom reached down to scratch behind her ears, eliciting a contented purr. "Come to help me with the harvest, have you?" he murmured, his voice warm with affection. Smoky blinked up at him lazily, then settled herself at his feet, clearly intending to supervise rather than assist. With the cat as his companion, Old Tom set about gathering herbs for the day's cooking and brewing. He moved with unhurried purpose, selecting sprigs of thyme and rosemary, gathering fragrant mint leaves, and carefully cutting a few precious saffron threads from their delicate purple flowers. Each herb was treated with care, tied into small bundles or placed gently into woven baskets. As he worked, Old Tom's mind wandered to the patrons who would enjoy the fruits of his labor. He imagined the traveler, dust-covered from the road, savoring a cup of chamomile tea infused with honey from the hives tucked away in a sunny corner of the garden. He thought of the village baker who would use his fresh herbs to create aromatic loaves that would fill the Copper Kettle with mouth-watering scents. The morning passed in peaceful industry, the rhythm of gathering and preparing herbs as soothing to Old Tom as any lullaby. By the time the sun had reached its zenith, casting short shadows across the garden paths, his baskets were full of nature's bounty. As Old Tom prepared to return to the tavern, a flutter of wings caught his attention. A family of finches had made their home in the old apple tree, and now they were engaged in an impromptu concert. The old innkeeper paused, a smile crinkling the corners of his eyes as he listened to their cheerful song. With a final glance around his secret haven, Old Tom made his way back to the hidden door, Smoky trotting dutifully at his heels. As they emerged into the alley, the sounds of the town washed over them, the distant call of market vendors, the clop of horse hooves on cobblestones, the laughter of children playing in the square. Yet the peace of the garden seemed to linger around Old Tom like a comforting cloak. Back in the Copper Kettle's kitchen, Old Tom set about incorporating his fresh-picked herbs into the day's preparations. The air soon filled with enticing aromas as he added sprigs of rosemary to a simmering pot of stew and crushed fresh mint leaves for his famous mint cordial. As the tavern began to fill with the lunch crowd, Old Tom could hear the appreciative murmurs of patrons savoring their meals. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he overheard snippets of conversation praising the flavors in their food and drink. "I swear, Old Tom must have some secret garden hidden away," one regular customer joked to his companion. "There's no other explanation for how he gets such fresh herbs all year round. If only they knew," Tom thought to himself, his eyes twinkling with amusement. As the afternoon wore on, Old Tom found a quiet moment to steep a pot of his special blend of chamomile and lavender tea. He poured a cup for himself and settled into a worn armchair near the hearth, inhaling the soothing aroma that transported him back to his tranquil garden. The tavern hummed with gentle activity, the clink of tankards, the soft scrape of chairs on the wooden floor, the low murmur of conversation. Yet beneath it all, Old Tom could almost hear the whisper of leaves and the trickle of the fountain from his secret sanctuary. As evening approached, the tavern grew busier, filled with locals unwinding after a day's work and travelers seeking refuge for the night. Old Tom moved among them, a gentle presence ensuring that everyone felt welcome and well cared for. He poured ales infused with hints of his garden herbs, served stew that carried the essence of summer in every spoonful, and offered soothing teas to those who looked in need of comfort. Many patrons remarked on the unique atmosphere of the Copper Kettle. There was something special about the place, they said, something that made them feel at peace as soon as they crossed the threshold. Old Tom would simply smile and nod, knowing that in some small way he had managed to bring a piece of his secret garden into the tavern itself. As the night deepened and the last patrons made their way to their rooms or their homes, Old Tom began the familiar routine of closing up the tavern. He wiped down tables, swept the floor, and banked the fire for the night. Finally, with everything in order, he poured himself one last cup of tea and made his way to the back door. Stepping out into the cool night air, Old Tom breathed deeply, catching the faint scent of night blooming jasmine from his hidden garden. He knew that come morning, he would once again slip through the ivy-covered door to tend his secret paradise, nurturing the plants that in turn nurtured the souls of all who visited the copper kettle. As he gazed up at the star-filled sky, a sense of profound contentment washed over him. In his garden and his tavern, Old Tom had created something truly special, a haven of peace and simple pleasures in a busy world. And as he turned to go back inside, he carried with him the tranquility of his secret garden, ready to share it with all who crossed his path. Story 5. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and lavender, the small medieval village of Willowbrook settled into its evening routine. The cobblestone streets quieted, save for the occasional clip-clop of horses' hooves and the distant laughter of children being called home for supper. It was at this tranquil moment that an unusual visitor appeared on the outskirts of town, his massive silhouette backlit by the fading light. Grom the giant moved with surprising grace for one of his stature, his footsteps careful and measured as he approached the village. Standing at nearly 12 feet tall, with shoulders as broad as an ox cart, he was an impressive sight to behold. Yet his face, framed by a wild mane of chestnut hair and a neatly trimmed beard, wore an expression of gentle curiosity and warmth. As Grom neared the village square, the first few townspeople caught sight of him. Instead of the fear one might expect, their faces lit up with recognition and joy. Children ran up to him, their small hands barely reaching his knees as they tugged at his trousers in greeting. Grom's deep, rumbling chuckle echoed through the square as he carefully patted their heads with hands the size of dinner plates. Grom's here. The cry went up, spreading through the village like a warm breeze. Doors opened and villagers emerged, their faces bright with anticipation. For Grom's visits, though infrequent, were always cause for celebration in Willowbrook. At the center of the square stood the golden hearth, the village's beloved tavern. Its windows glowed with welcoming light, and the aroma of freshly baked bread and simmering stew wafted from its open door. Matilda, the tavern keeper, a plump woman with rosy cheeks and a perpetual smile, bustled out to greet the giant. "Grom, my dear, you've arrived just in time," she called out, her voice warm and full of affection. "We've been preparing all day, hoping you'd grace us with your presence." Grom ducked his head in a bashful nod, a smile crinkling the corners of his kind eyes. "Matilda," he rumbled, his voice as deep and soothing as a summer storm, "I've walked many miles, drawn by the memory of your cooking and the warmth of Willowbrook's hospitality, with gentle care." Grom lowered himself to his hands and knees and began to crawl through the tavern's oversized doorway. The entryway, though larger than most to accommodate merchants' carts and livestock during harsh weather, still required the giant to scrunch down to enter. The sight never failed to amuse the villagers, who chuckled good-naturedly as Grom made his way inside. The interior of the golden hearth was a haven of comfort and cheer. Thick wooden beams crisscrossed the ceiling, hung with bundles of dried herbs that filled the air with a subtle, soothing fragrance. A massive stone fireplace dominated one wall, its flames casting a warm, dancing light throughout the room. The usual tables and chairs had been pushed to the sides, creating an open space in the center where Grom could sit comfortably on the rush-strewn floor. As the giant settled himself, leaning back against a sturdy support beam, the villagers began to file in. They carried platters of food, flagons of ale, and baskets of bread, each contributing to what promised to be a magnificent feast. Children darted between the adults, their eyes wide with excitement as they stole glances at their enormous guest. Matilda supervised the proceedings with the skill of a seasoned general, directing the placement of dishes and ensuring everyone had a place. A group of village men rolled in a massive barrel of ale, specially brewed for Grom's visits, its rich, malty aroma filling the air. As the preparations neared completion, a hush fell over the gathered crowd. All eyes turned to Grom, who cleared his throat, the sound like distant thunder. "Friends of Willowbrook," he began, his deep voice resonating through the tavern. "Once again, you honor me with your generosity and kindness. Before we feast, please, tell me of your lives since last we met. Share with me your joys and your sorrows, that I might celebrate and commiserate with you all." And so began a tradition cherished by both the giant and the villagers. One by one, people stepped forward to share their stories. A young couple announced their engagement, blushing as Grom offered his congratulations. An elderly farmer spoke of a bountiful harvest, his weathered face beaming with pride. A child, barely tall enough to see over Grom's knee, shyly showed off a lost tooth, giggling as the giant pretended to search for it behind her ear. As the stories flowed, so too did the ale and wine. The atmosphere in the tavern grew ever warmer, filled with laughter and the gentle murmur of conversation. Grom listened to each tale with genuine interest, his expressive face mirroring the emotions of the speakers. His deep, rumbling comments and questions encouraged even the shyest villagers to share. Finally, as the last story concluded, Matilda stepped forward. "Now, my friends," she announced, her voice carrying easily over the assembled crowd, "let the feast begin." What followed was a meal of epic proportions, befitting both the size of the guest of honor and the scale of the villagers' affection for him. Whole roasted pigs, their skin crackling and golden, were placed before Grom. Loaves of bread the size of cartwheels, still steaming from the ovens, filled the air with their yeasty aroma. Tureens of rich, hearty stew, studded with vegetables from local gardens, steamed invitingly. Wheels of cheese, platters of roasted vegetables, and baskets overflowing with ripe fruit completed the spread. Grom's table manners belied his massive size. He ate with deliberate care, savoring each bite as if it were a rare delicacy. "Matilda," he rumbled between mouthfuls, "your cooking could tempt the birds from the trees. I've never tasted its equal in all my travels." The tavern keeper blushed with pleasure at the compliment, her smile widening as she watched Grom and the villagers enjoy the fruits of her labor. The room filled with the sounds of contentment, appreciative murmurs, the clink of cutlery on plates, and the occasional satisfied sigh. As the meal progressed, a group of village musicians took up their instruments in a corner of the room. The soft strains of a fiddle, accompanied by the gentle rhythm of a hand drum and the sweet notes of a wooden flute, provided a soothing backdrop to the feast. The music seemed to blend seamlessly with the ambient sounds of the tavern, creating a cocoon of tranquility that enveloped all present. Grom found himself tapping one massive finger in time with the music, his movements causing gentle ripples in nearby cups of ale. A young girl, emboldened by the festive atmosphere, approached the giant and tugged at his sleeve. "Mr. Grom," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "would you sing for us? Papa says you know songs from far-off lands." The giant's eyes crinkled with amusement and affection. "Well now," he rumbled, setting aside his enormous mug of ale, "I'm not sure my singing would be as pleasing to the ear as this fine music. But perhaps I could tell you a story instead?" The girl nodded eagerly, and soon a crowd gathered around Grom, children sitting cross-legged on the floor, while adults leaned in, all eager to hear the giant's tale. Grom's deep voice took on a rhythmic quality as he began to speak, weaving a story of distant mountains and hidden valleys, of kind-hearted trolls and mischievous forest sprites. His massive hands moved expressively as he spoke, creating shadows on the walls that seemed to bring his characters to life. As the night wore on, the energy in the tavern gradually settled into a peaceful lull. Children dozed off, curled up against Grom's legs or in their parents' laps. The music softened to a gentle lullaby, and conversations turned to quiet murmurs. Grom, his stomach full and his heart warmed by the villagers' companionship, leaned back with a contented sigh that rustled the rushes on the floor. Matilda, seeing the giant's eyelids growing heavy, began to quietly usher the remaining villagers out of the tavern. "Rest now, dear Grom," she said softly, patting his enormous hand. "You're welcome to stay as long as you like." Grom nodded gratefully, a sleepy smile playing across his features. As the last of the villagers bid him good night, he stretched out on the tavern floor, his massive form taking up nearly half the room. The crackling fire and the lingering sense of the feast created a cocoon of comfort around him. As sleep began to claim him, Grom reflected on the simple joy of this evening. In a world that often feared those who are different, he had found acceptance and love in this small village. The gentle giant drifted off to sleep, lulled by the distant hooting of an owl and the soft whisper of wind in the willows outside. And so, as the moon climbed high in the sky, casting silver light through the tavern windows, the golden hearth fell into a peaceful slumber. Grom's gentle snores, as soft and rhythmic as distant waves, blended with the night sounds of the village. Tomorrow would bring new adventures, but for now, the giant and the villagers rested, wrapped in the warm memories of their shared feast and the bonds of friendship that transcended size and difference. Story 6. In the heart of a lush, verdant forest, where ancient trees whispered secrets to the wind and streams babbled tales as old as time, there stood a quaint tavern known as the Whispering Oak. Its weathered wooden walls and moss-covered roof blended seamlessly with the surrounding nature, as if it had grown organically from the forest floor. On this particular misty morning, a mysterious traveler arrived, bringing with them a recipe that would change the tavern and its patrons forever. The tavern keeper, a kind-eyed woman named Elara, was busy preparing for the day ahead when she heard a soft knock at the door. Curious, as few visitors came this early, she opened it to find a cloaked figure standing before her. The stranger's face was hidden beneath a deep hood, but a gentle voice emerged, warm and melodious. "Greetings, keeper of the Whispering Oak," the traveler said. "I've journeyed far, guided by the whispers of the forest, to share with you a recipe for a magical tea that soothes the soul and eases the mind." Intrigued, Elara invited the traveler inside. The tavern's interior was bathed in soft, golden light that filtered through stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns on the smooth wooden floor. A fire crackled softly in the large stone hearth, filling the air with the comforting scent of wood smoke and pine. As the traveler settled into a chair by the fire, they produced a small, ornate box from within the folds of their cloak. Opening it revealed a collection of dried herbs, flowers, and spices, each giving off a subtle, enchanting aroma. "These are the ingredients for the enchanted brew," the traveler explained, their voice barely above a whisper. "When combined with care and steeped in pure spring water, they create a tea that brings peace to even the most troubled hearts." Elara listened intently as the traveler shared the recipe, detailing the precise measurements and steeping times. The process seemed simple enough, yet there was an air of ancient wisdom in the traveler's words that hinted at the brew's true power. As the morning light grew stronger, the traveler rose to leave. "Remember," they said, pausing at the doorway, "the true magic lies not just in the ingredients, but in the intention with which you prepare the tea. Let love and compassion guide your hands, and the enchanted brew will work wonders." With that, the mysterious visitor disappeared into the misty forest, leaving Elara alone the precious recipe and ingredients. Filled with a sense of purpose, she set about preparing for the day ahead, eager to share this gift with her patrons. As the day progressed, the Whispering Oak began to fill with its usual array of colorful characters. There was old Finn, the village storyteller, whose tales grew taller with each passing year. Mira, the skilled weaver, arrived with her latest tapestry tucked under her arm. A group of traveling merchants, their clothes still dusty from the road, settled at a corner table, grateful for a chance to rest their weary feet. Elara moved among them, a warm smile on her face as she took orders and exchanged pleasantries. All the while, her mind was on the enchanted brew, wondering when the right moment would come to introduce it to her guests. That moment arrived as the afternoon sun began to dip towards the horizon, casting long shadows through the tavern's windows. A hush fell over the room as Elara emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large, steaming pot that filled the air with an intoxicating aroma. "Friends," she announced, her voice soft yet carrying to every corner of the tavern, "a traveler visited us this morning and shared a special recipe. I've prepared it for you all, a magical tea known as the Enchanted Brew. They say it has the power to soothe the soul and ease the mind." Who would like to try it? Curious murmurs rippled through the crowd, and soon every patron had a cup of the fragrant tea before them. The steam rose in delicate swirls, carrying with it scents of lavender, chamomile, and other herbs that few could name, but all found oddly familiar and comforting. As the first sips were taken, a noticeable change came over the tavern. The usual chatter quieted, replaced by contented sighs and peaceful silence. Old Finn, who had been in the middle of one of his grand tales, paused, a look of wonder crossing his weathered face. "Why," he said, his voice unusually soft, "I feel as if I've just woken from the most restful sleep of my life. All the aches in these old bones seem to have melted away." Mira, the weaver, nodded in agreement, her eyes half closed in blissful relaxation. "It's as if the tea has entangled all the knots in my mind," she mused. "I can see my next tapestry so clearly now, every thread and color in perfect harmony." The traveling merchants, who had arrived tense and road weary, now lounged in their chairs, all thoughts of their journey's hardships forgotten. One of them, a usually taciturn man, began to hum softly, a peaceful melody that seemed to blend perfectly with the ambient sounds of the tavern. As the patrons savored their tea, Elara noticed other subtle changes around her. The flames in the hearth seemed to dance more gently, their lights softer and more soothing. The ancient wooden beams of the tavern creaked and settled, as if the building itself was relaxing. Even the forest outside seemed to have grown quieter, the usual rustling of leaves replaced by a tranquil stillness. Throughout the evening, Elara continued to serve the enchanted brew, each pot steeped with the same care and intention as the first. She noticed that unlike ale or wine, the tea didn't lead to loud laughter or boisterous behavior. Instead, it fostered a sense of calm camaraderie, with patrons speaking in low, friendly tones or simply sitting in comfortable silence, enjoying each other's company. As the night wore on, the tavern took on an almost dreamlike quality. The soft glow of candles and firelight created dancing shadows on the walls, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of the magical tea and the forest beyond. Patrons who would normally be heading home found themselves lingering, reluctant to leave the cocoon of tranquility that had enveloped the Whispering Oak. Old Finn, who usually captivated his audience with tales of grand adventures and fearsome beasts, instead began to recite gentle poems about the beauty of the forest and the changing of the seasons. His voice, normally booming and dramatic, had softened to a melodic murmur that blended harmoniously with the tavern's peaceful atmosphere. In a corner, Mira had taken out her weaving, her fingers moving with fluid grace as she worked on her tapestry. The rhythmic click of her loom became a soothing counterpoint to the crackling fire and the soft conversations around her. Those nearby watched in quiet awe as vibrant colors and intricate patterns emerged under her skilled hands, the design seeming to flow directly from the peaceful energy that filled the room. The traveling merchants, their earlier weariness completely forgotten, engaged in a friendly game of chess. The usual tension of competition was absent, replaced by a shared appreciation for the game's quiet strategy. Moves were made thoughtfully, with gentle nods of respect exchanged between the players. As midnight approached, Elara prepared one final pot of the enchanted brew. As she steeped the tea, she reflected on the extraordinary change that had come over her beloved tavern. The usual rowdy energy had been transformed into something truly magical, a shared experience of peace and contentment that seemed to touch the very soul of each person present. When she emerged from the kitchen with the steaming pot, she found her patrons had rearranged themselves. The usual divisions of social status and background had melted away, and they now sat in a loose circle, some on chairs, others comfortably settled on cushions on the floor. As Elara poured the tea, a sense of unity and harmony filled the room, as palpable as the aromatic steam that rose from each cup. In this final hour before the tavern would close, no one spoke. There was no need for words. The enchanted brew had woven a spell of tranquility that connected each person to their neighbors and to the forest beyond the tavern walls. They sipped their tea in peaceful silence, each lost in their own quiet reflections, yet profoundly aware of the shared experience. As the candles burned low and the fire settled into glowing embers, the patrons of the Whispering Oak gradually rose to take their leave. There were no loud goodbyes or last-minute conversations. Instead, Gentle smiles were exchanged, along with soft words of gratitude to Elara for the extraordinary evening. One by one, they slipped out into the cool night air, carrying with them a sense of peace that seemed to illuminate them from within. Even as they made their way home through the darkened forest, the effects of the enchanted brew lingered, guiding them safely with its calming influence. Elara stood in the doorway of the Whispering Oak, watching as the last of her patrons disappeared into the misty night. The forest around her seemed to exhale softly, as if it too had partaken in the magical tea. As she turned to go back inside, she caught a glimpse of a cloaked figure at the edge of the clearing, barely visible in the moonlight. The mysterious traveler raised a hand in silent salute before melting back into the shadows of the ancient trees. With a heart full of gratitude, Elara closed the door of the tavern. As she went about her nightly routine of cleaning and tidying, she knew that the Whispering Oak would never be quite the same. The enchanted brew had brought a new kind of magic to this corner of the forest, a magic of peace, unity, and deep, restorative calm. And as she finally retired to her own bed, Elara looked forward to brewing many more pots of this wondrous tea in the days and years to come, spreading its soothing influence to all who entered her tavern's welcoming doors. Story 7. As the crisp autumn wind whispered through the cobblestone streets of the medieval village of Elmwood, a warm glow emanated from the windows of the Sleeping Bear Inn. The tavern stood as a beacon of comfort against the encroaching chill, its weathered oak door creaking open to welcome weary travelers and locals alike. But on this particular evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and lavender, something extraordinary was about to unfold within the inn's cozy confines. Old Marta, the innkeeper, moved about the common room with the grace of one who had tended this hearth for decades. Her silver hair was neatly tucked beneath a linen cap, and her eyes twinkled with the wisdom of countless stories shared over steaming mugs of mulled cider. As she stoked the fire in the great stone hearth that dominated one wall of the room, she paused, her weathered hand resting on the smooth river rocks that formed its base. For a moment, she could have sworn she heard a faint whisper emanating from the flames. Shaking her head with a soft chuckle, Marta dismissed the notion. "These old ears must be playing tricks on me," she murmured to herself, turning to greet the first patrons of the evening. As twilight deepened into night, the Sleeping Bear Inn filled with its usual eclectic mix of villagers and travelers. Farmers fresh from the fields settled into well-worn chairs, their calloused hands wrapped around tankards of ale. A group of merchants, their clothes still dusty from the road, huddled around a table, comparing notes on the day's trades. In a corner, a minstrel tuned his lute, his fingers dancing over the strings in preparation for the evening's entertainment. The air was thick with the mingled scents of wood smoke, freshly baked bread, and the savory aroma of the night stew bubbling in a cauldron over the fire. Conversations ebbed and flowed like gentle waves, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter or the clink of tankards being raised in toasts. As the evening wore on, Marta found her gaze continually drawn to the hearth. The flames seemed to dance with unusual vibrancy, casting warm, flickering light that made the shadows in the room sway and shift like living things. And there, it was again a soft, barely audible whisper that seemed to rise from the very heart of the fire. Curious, Marta approached the hearth, her movements slow and deliberate. As she drew near, the whisper grew clearer, though still too faint to make out words. It was a soothing sound, reminiscent of a gentle stream or a summer breeze rustling through leaves. "Do you hear that?" she asked a nearby patron, an elderly farmer named Torben, who had been coming to the inn for as long as Marta could remember. Torben cocked his head, listening intently. His eyes widened in surprise. "By the gods," he breathed, "I do hear something." "What manner of magic is this, Marta?" Word spread quickly through the inn, and soon a hush fell over the room as patrons gathered around the hearth, straining to catch the mysterious whispers. The minstrel set aside his lute, recognizing that a far more captivating performance was unfolding before them. As the crowd grew silent, the whispers from the hearth became more distinct. They spoke of ancient forests and babbling brooks, of starlit nights and misty mornings. Tales of gentle adventures and quiet moments of beauty wove through the air, painting vivid pictures in the minds of all who listen. One by one, the patrons settled onto benches, cushions, and the smooth wooden floor, drawn into the hearth spell. The usual divisions of social status and background melted away as farmers sat shoulder to shoulder with merchants, united by the enchanting whispers. Old Torben's granddaughter, little Lily, crept forward, her eyes wide with wonder. "The fire is telling stories, Papa," she whispered, tugging at her grandfather's sleeve. Torben nodded, a soft smile crinkling the corners of his eyes as he lifted Lily onto his lap. As the night deepened, the whispers continued, their gentle cadence lulling the inn's patrons into a state of deep relaxation. The tensions of the day seemed to melt away, replaced by a profound sense of peace and contentment. Marta moved quietly among her guests, refilling mugs and offering soft blankets to those who had settled in for the long haul. She marveled at the transformation that had come over her beloved inn. The usual boisterous energy had given way to something truly magical, a shared experience of tranquility that touched the very soul of each person present. The whisperers from the hearth spoke of the changing seasons, of the quiet beauty found in the turning of leaves and the first soft snowfall. They told of the resilience of nature, of seedlings pushing through soil and buds unfurling in the spring sunshine. Each tale was a gentle reminder of the world's endless cycles and the peace to be found in accepting life's natural rhythms. As midnight approached, the whispers took on a dreamy quality, weaving tales of starlit meadows and moonlit forests. The patrons of the Sleeping Bear Inn found themselves transported to these tranquil realms, their minds wandering along sun-dappled paths and beside gently flowing streams. The minstrel, inspired by the hearth's whispers, began to play his lute once more. His music was soft and melodic, a perfect accompaniment to the magical murmurs. The notes seemed to dance with the flames, creating a harmony that filled the room with an almost palpable sense of serenity. As the night wore on, some of the patrons drifted off to sleep, lulled by the combination of the hearth's whispers and the minstrel's gentle tunes. Those who remained awake sat in comfortable silence, lost in their own quiet reflections, yet profoundly aware of the shared experience. Marta found herself seated near the hearth, her back resting against its warm stones. She felt a deep sense of gratitude wash over her as she looked out at the peaceful scene before her. In all her years of tending the Sleeping Bear Inn, she had never witnessed anything quite like this. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky outside, the whispers from the hearth gradually faded. The flames, which had danced with such vibrancy throughout the night, settled into a gentle glow. The spell that had held the inn's patrons in its grasp slowly lifted, leaving behind a lingering sense of peace and renewal. One by one, the guests of the Sleeping Bear Inn began to stir. There were no loud conversations or hasty departures. Instead, people rose slowly, exchanging soft smiles and gentle nods of acknowledgement. Words seemed unnecessary in the aftermath of the night's shared magic. As they made their way out into the crisp morning air, each person carried with them a sense of the hearth's whispered wisdom. The farmers headed to their fields with a newfound appreciation for the quiet beauty of their labor. The merchants approached their trades with a sense of calm purpose, the previous day's stress forgotten. Even little Lily, usually bursting with morning energy, walked hand in hand with her grandfather in peaceful silence, her free hand trailing along the dew-covered leaves of plants that lined the village path. Marta stood in the doorway of the inn, watching as her patrons dispersed into the misty morning. The village of Elmwood seemed somehow different in the wake of the magical night, softer, more harmonious with the natural world around it. As the last guest disappeared around a corner, Marta turned back to the common room. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the now quiet space. Her gaze fell upon the hearth, its stones still warm to the touch. As she began her morning routine of cleaning and preparing for a new day, she could have sworn she heard one last whisper rising from the embers, in the dance of flame and shadow, in the quiet moments between heartbeats. There lies a magic older than time itself. Listen, and you will hear the whispers of the world, telling tales of peace, of beauty, and of the profound connections that bind us all. Marta smiled, running her hand lovingly along the hearth's smooth stones. She knew that the Sleeping Bear Inn would never be quite the same. The whispering hearth had brought a new kind of enchantment to this corner of the world, a magic of tranquility, unity, and deep, restorative calm. As she threw open the windows to let in the fresh morning air, Marta looked forward to the evenings to come, wondering what new stories the hearth might share, and what quiet transformations it might work in the hearts and minds of those gathered around its warm, welcoming glow. Story 8. As the full moon rose over the medieval village of Willowbrook, its silver light spilled through the leaded glass windows of the Whispering Willow Tavern. The warm glow of candlelight from within mingled with the moonbeams, creating an ethereal atmosphere that seemed to blur the lines between the ordinary and the magical. It was on this enchanted evening that a mysterious bard arrived, her presence as quiet and captivating as the moon itself. The tavern's oak door creaked open, admitting a gentle breeze that carried with it the scent of night blooming jasmine. Conversations hushed as heads turned to observe the newcomer. She stood in the doorway, a slender figure cloaked in midnight blue, her face partially hidden beneath a hood adorned with silver stars. In her arms, she cradled a lute of pale wood, its surface shimmering with an almost otherworldly luster. Elara, the tavern keeper, a woman with kind eyes and silver-streaked hair, approached the bard with a warm smile. "Welcome, traveler," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet carrying clearly in the suddenly quiet room. "Please, come in and warm yourself by the fire." The bard inclined her head in a graceful nod and followed Elara to a seat near the hearth. As she settled onto a cushioned stool, her hood fell back, revealing a face of timeless beauty. Her eyes, the color of twilight, seemed to hold within them the stories of 1,000 years. The tavern's patrons watched in hushed anticipation as the bard tuned her lute, her fingers moving with fluid grace across the strings. The instrument responded to her touch with soft, bell-like tones that seemed to resonate with the very air around them. When at last she began to sing, her voice was a gentle whisper that nonetheless filled every corner of the room. It was a voice that spoke of moonlit meadows and star-strewn skies, of ancient forests and tranquil streams. The words of her ballad were in a language few recognized, yet somehow every listener understood the essence of her tale. As the bard's song wove its spell, the atmosphere in the tavern transformed. The usual clinking of tankards and murmur of conversations faded away, replaced by a profound stillness. Candlelight flickered, casting a dreamy glow over the rapt faces of the audience. Time itself seemed to slow, each moment stretching out like honey dripping from a spoon. In one corner, old Tom, the village blacksmith, felt the ever-present ache in his arthritic hands ease as he listened. His gnarled fingers, usually clenched in pain, slowly relaxed, coming to rest gently on the smooth wood of the table before him. A contented sigh escaped his lips, unnoticed even by himself. Near the window, young Lily, an apprentice weaver known for her restless energy, found herself sinking deeper into her chair. The constant whirl of patterns and colors that usually filled her mind gradually stilled, replaced by visions of moonlit lakes and gently swaying willows. Her fingers, often fidgeting with loose threads, now lay calm in her lap. Even Bran, the tavern's resident cat, known for his aloof nature, padded softly across the room to curl up at the bard's feet. His usual watchful gaze softened, his eyes drifting closed as the music washed over him. As the night deepened, the bard's songs flowed one into another, each tale more soothing than the last. She sang of peaceful kingdoms where wisdom ruled in place of might, of gentle heroes whose greatest strength lay in their kindness. Her ballads spoke of the quiet courage found in everyday acts of compassion and the profound beauty hidden in life's simplest moments. The moonlight streaming through the windows seemed to grow stronger, bathing the tavern's interior in a soft, silvery glow. It danced across the bard's face and hands, making her appear almost translucent, as if she were a being of pure moonlight and music. Elara moved quietly among her patrons, refilling mugs with steaming herbal tea and draping soft blankets over those who had settled in for the night. She marveled at the transformation that had come over her beloved tavern. The usual boisterous energy had given way to something truly magical, a shared experience of tranquility that touched the very soul of each person present. As midnight approached, the bard's voice took on an even dreamier quality. Her songs now told of starlit realms where troubles melted away like morning mist, of enchanted forests where every tree whispered words of comfort and wisdom. The patrons of the Whispering Willow found themselves transported to these tranquil worlds, their minds wandering along sun-dappled paths and beside gently flowing streams. In a corner, Edward the scribe, who had come to the tavern seeking inspiration for his writings, found his quill moving of its own accord across the parchment before him. Instead of the grand epics he usually penned, his words now flowed in gentle rhythms, describing scenes of serene beauty and quiet joy. He wrote of dawn light filtering through autumn leaves, of the soft patter of rain on a forest canopy, of the peaceful satisfaction found in a warm hearth on a winter's night. Near the bar, a group of farmers who had arrived earlier full of complaints about the dry weather and poor crops now sat in contented silence. Their worries, which had seemed so pressing mere hours ago, now felt distant and unimportant. Instead, their minds were filled with images of abundant harvests and fertile fields, of the simple pleasure of feeling rich soil between their fingers. As the night wore on, some of the patrons drifted off to sleep, lulled by the bard's gentle melodies. Those who remained awake sat in comfortable silence, lost in their own quiet reflections, yet profoundly aware of the shared experience. The boundaries between waking and dreaming blurred, reality intertwining with the vivid worlds painted by the bard's songs. Elara found herself leaning against the bar, a forgotten cloth in her hand as she, too, was captivated by the music. In all her years of tending the Whispering Willow, she had never witnessed anything quite like this. The tavern had always been a place of comfort and community, but tonight it had become something more, a sanctuary of peace, a place where the cares of the world outside ceased to exist. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky outside, the bard's song gradually faded to a gentle hum. The spell that had held the tavern's patrons in its grasp slowly lifted, leaving behind a lingering sense of peace and renewal. The bard set aside her lute and rose, her movements as fluid and graceful as her music had been. One by one, the guests of the Whispering Willow began to stir. There were no loud conversations or hasty departures. Instead, people rose slowly, exchanging soft smiles and gentle nods of acknowledgement. Words seemed unnecessary in the aftermath of the night's shared magic. As they made their way out into the crisp morning air, each person carried with them a piece of the bard's songs. The farmers headed to their fields with a newfound appreciation for the quiet beauty of their labor. Edward the scribe clutched his parchment, eager to continue the gentle tale he had begun. Even young Lily moved with a new sense of calm purpose, her usual frantic energy replaced by a graceful focus. The bard herself slipped quietly out of the tavern as the sun crested the horizon. Those who glimpsed her departure later swore that she seemed to fade into the morning mist, becoming one with the lingering strands of moonlight. Elara stood in the doorway of the inn, watching as her patrons dispersed into the misty morning. The village of Willowbrook seemed somehow different in the wake of the magical night, softer, more harmonious with the natural world around it. As the last guest disappeared around a corner, Elara turned back to the common room. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the now quiet space. Her gaze fell upon the stool where the bard had sat, and she noticed a single silver star, perhaps fallen from the mysterious musician's cloak, glinting in the morning light. Picking up the star, Elara felt a profound sense of gratitude wash over her. She knew that the Whispering Willow would never be quite the same. The moonlit ballader had brought a new kind of enchantment to this corner of the world, a magic of tranquility, unity, and deep, restorative calm. As she began her morning routine, humming softly to herself a fragment of one of the bard's melodies, Elara looked forward to the evenings to come. While she knew the moonlit ballader might never return, the memory of her songs would live on in the hearts of all who had been present, a gentle reminder of the peace and beauty that could be found in the quietest of moments.